How does Dracula flip his hamburgers? With a spatula. Welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday, my friends. I hope you are well tonight. Thank you for being here with us. I hope you've had a wonderful weekend. We're going to play Castlevania 64. I love this game. This is one of my favorite games. This game is very, very high in my esteem. I know it doesn't get much appreciation, but it's so good. It's so good. It's a lot of fun. We're in the middle of a playthrough. We're playing through on hard mode. It's my first time ever playing through on hard mode. So far, it's not much different. We're basically on track with our average normal mode playthrough. I have noticed some differences. Well, the first boss was different. Other than that, I don't know if I've noticed any differences, actually. But the first boss was a little different. I expect we'll get through this in the next couple of hours, unless... I mean, I've never played through on hard mode, so it could throw a curveball at us, and I could get stuck for hours and hours at some part. But if it continues to be as it has been, we should be able to get through this in a fairly timely manner tonight, my friends. And if we do, we're going to throw on Plock one more time. We're not going to do a playthrough of Plock tonight. There's just a couple things I want to try and figure out about the game. I want to do some experimentation, so we'll do a little Plock science if we have time. And if we have a lot of time, we're also going to throw on and do a casual run through Castlevania 1. And maybe start a run through Castlevania 3. That's a game I don't know very well. Don't think I can do it in one night, but it has a password system, so we'll start a run of that, if there's time. Who knows? Maybe I'll get immediately stuck at a boss and be unable to make progress for 6 hours in this game, and we won't be able to do any of that. We'll see. But let's welcome everyone in properly. Thank you for waiting, my friends. Dead Zergling, first in chat tonight, Zergling. Thank you for being here. Followed closely by Conga Lion Monkey. Always a pleasure, Conga. Thank you for being here, my friend. Hope you're doing well. We've got Sir Rack of Lamb. If you're not following Sir Rack of Lamb, my friends, please take a moment. Give Sir Rack of Lamb a follow. He's got a fantastic retro stream that he does. He is an avid retro video game collector. His collection puts mine to shame. He's got an absolutely massive collection filled with all kinds of interesting and wacky items. And he's got stuff like he's got the boxes. He's got like it's just amazing. He's got complete stuff that will just really wow you. But I have a thank you to issue to Sir Rack of Lamb because I stopped by a stream earlier tonight and I discovered a new game. I'm going to steal Sir Rack of Lamb's idea. I'm going to be a copycat. He was playing a game earlier called Lady Sia on the GBA. I'm going to have to play that game. That looked like a good game. Thank you for introducing me to that one, Sir Rack of Lamb. Don't know when I'm going to play it. It's going to be a while, but I'm going to keep that one in the back of my mind. Lucent Jelly, welcome in. Always great to have you with us, Jelly. Thank you for my coffee tonight. And Game and Fit. Last but not least, welcome in. I'm dead, Game and Fit says. I certainly hope not, my friend. I wish you only the best. Theodoros, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. I hope you are doing well today. Hope your week is getting off to a great start. Game Fits is currently typing from the afterlife. Sir Rakablam says it's pretty good. I'm enjoying it. Thank you for the shout out too. No problem, Sir Rakablam. I enjoy what you're doing, my friend. You know, you've been a you've been a good friend and supporter of my stream, and I can legitimately say that I really like what you're doing on your stream. I'm more than happy to give you a shout out. Theodore says, "Rip Game and Fit. We will miss you." Don't go toward the light, Game and Fit. Come back to us. Don't go toward the light, Game and Fit. Come back to us. All right, let's get into our game. There is no Wheel of Scorchin tonight, my friends. You may or may not have noticed that, but I'll go ahead and point it out to you. We turned back on all of the other channel point stuff. That one I'm going to leave off tonight. I've got a bit of an upset stomach. I'm just not. I'm not in a position to risk landing on those seeds tonight. It's nothing major. I'm gonna be fine, but I don't have the constitution for something potentially devastating tonight. Most of the wheel, if I were to land on it, I think I'd be okay, but we'll have the wheel back on tomorrow. So where we left off was here. This is the worst part of the game for me. I can't say it's a bad part of the game, but it's a part of the game that I'm not very good at, and on hard mode, it's got there's some problems. This is the dual tower. Our playthrough was moving along really smoothly last Sunday when we were playing this, but then I got here and it kind of grinded to a halt, as I had feared it might. The trouble with this part is just that it's a little difficult to navigate. This is going very poorly, by the way. You may not be able to tell, but trust me, it is. We're on a time limit, and I'm kind of blundering it. So yeah, we were moving along really smoothly. Everything was fine with the game. Then I got here, and as I usually do, I got really confused about like the layout of this room, causing me to jump to my death a lot. The second problem is that the enemies are a little tougher, I think. Well, it might be in my head, but I think the enemies are a little tougher than they are in normal mode, and because I died, I don't have the power-ups, so the time limits here are kind of crunching me. You really need the power-ups, and I did not get one. That's bad. We're a little bit at the mercy of RNG in this room because of that. So I would say hard mode, there's some problems with hard mode. Maybe be wary about playing. Maybe stick to normal difficulty for your playthroughs, my friends. Hello. Is that Miguel R. Gabriel? Welcome in, Miguel. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the follow. And what's that you say? This is the best Castlevania from the console generation? I couldn't agree more. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but play with you a little bit. This is the worst Castlevania, Miguel says, but I don't agree. I don't agree. I like this game. I really like this game. It's a lot of fun. People don't dig it, but I really do. I say as I immediately walk into my doom. I get confused about where I was. Hey, Chozo Brain, welcome in. You've beaten Plock. How could anything be hard? I got a 1cc in Plock. I'm a Plock master. Plock is good. Plock is a lot of fun. It's frustrating. If you're gonna play Plock, my friends, Plock is frustrating. But if you stick with it, you'll start to like it. It'll win you over. Yeah, the ceiling's coming down. That's why it's tough here. That's why it's tough here, Chozo. It's got me in a bit of trouble. But we'll get moving. It'll turn around. I like this game. I really do. Falls into chainsaws. Let me get caught up here. That's a lie. Symphony of the Night is the best console game of that generation. You're free to think that, my friend. I'm not crazy about Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night's an okay game, but I don't really like the so-called Metroidvanias. First of all, they're not very Metroid. But I don't really like the RPG elements. They kind of ruin the game for me. I don't like level systems and experience. Sort of grinding and to overcome enemies. I like the classic style of learn the enemy patterns, develop your skill, get better at fighting the enemies. I like things that lean more in that direction. So the Metroid-style Castlevanias don't do a whole lot for me. I don't like them as much. I wish they were a little more like Hollow Knight, where you don't have that RPG stuff. They'd be more to my liking. To be fair, now I haven't played a lot of those Metroid-style ones. I have played Symphony of the Night. I had fun with it. It's not a bad game. Don't get me wrong. Just when I say it's not to my liking, it's not. It wasn't agony to play through or anything. It's a fine game, but it just does things in a way that I'm not, I don't really gravitate toward. But to be fair, Castlevania Order of Ecclesia is one of those Metroid-style games, and I really like Order of Ecclesia. I like that game a lot. But it also kind of does things. It's kind of designed to go against the sort of the RPG stuff that I don't really like that much. It's kind of designed in a way to make you approach the game more like a classic game. So, of course, it resonates more with me. Chozo says, Symphony of the Night's a good game. It's overrated. Most of it's way too easy, Chozo says. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Whenever you have a game that has that RPG stuff in it, it's usually going to be very easy to exploit and kind of cheese your way through things. What a question. What a question. What qualifies as Muppet cannibalism? If Fozzie eats Miss Piggy, does that count as Muppet cannibalism? Because one is a bear and the other is a pig. But they're both Muppets, so does that count? I might lose some sleep over that question. I really don't know. There's Sir Rack-a-Lamb making fun of me a little bit, which I definitely deserve. Buddha Fingers, welcome in. Frownie, can I tell you a spoiler? My puns are bad. You are allowed to give me all the spoilers you want about yourself, Buddha Fingers. All you do is chase some girl around the castle, Game and Fit says. I can't actually say that I remember the plot of Symphony of the Night very well. It didn't quite stick with me. Thought I was gonna miss my jump. Weird. I prefer more of the Castlevania Metroidvanias, Miguel says. I feel like I hear that from people more frequently. A lot of people like those Metroid-style games. I like the classic games better, like Castlevania 1, Castlevania Bloodlines. I like the more platformer-style games. That's why I like this game, is because it's closer to those platformer games. Just in 3D. Oh no, I didn't watch my health and I died. Boy, I'm having a hard night. Hey, Dynamite, welcome in. Welcome to Castlevania 64. I'm playing a good game tonight, Dynamite. I'm not playing it very well, though. Be warned. I love Metroid games, though you're right about the RPG elements. Well, see, that's the thing, is Metroid games... That's why I don't really like the term Metroidvania. For one, it's super clunky. It's an awful word. It has no flow and way too many syllables. But also, it's kind of a misnomer, because the Metroid-style Castlevanias are not like the Metroid games. Metroid games don't have experience and leveling systems, and that's why I like them better. See, I like when character progression is a reward for defeating bosses and exploration. So that's why I like A Link to the Past. I like Super Metroid. The character upgrades are specific items hidden in the world that you get for achieving certain milestones, rather than just, upgrading yourself by standing in one place and fighting the same skeleton 4 million times, which is not necessarily what people do when there's an RPG system, but it is what you can do. if the Castlevania, see, if the Metroid style Castlevanias had Metroid style character progression, I'd like them a lot more, probably. Well, definitely I would. Alright. I did not get a power-up, so that's bad. I see the wheel is off. Did you hit the seeds? Or are you taking a spice reset? I'm just taking the night off, Buddha Fingers. I did not hit the seeds. But I've got a bit of an upset stomach tonight, so I don't want to risk the spice. We'll turn it back on tomorrow. I just don't have the constitution for something super spicy tonight. Oh my goodness. What a blunder. What a blunder. Oh no, Sirac of Lamb. That was I didn't take reset. I was not making I didn't take that as an insult, Sirac of Lamb. No, that was playful. That was fun. I was just sort of muttering my way through it because I already read that comment. I was just catching up with the chat. It's fine, it's fine. Sirac of Lamb says, wasn't making fun of you, just pointing out that you have the best timing with your comments of positivity that are followed immediately by catastrophe. Oh, that's so good. I absolutely love this level, Dynamite says. To me, it was the one that taught you how to really grasp the different difficult aspects of the game. So, this is the hardest part of the game for me. The dual tower here. I'm having a little bit of trouble with it on hard mode because if you die, you lose your whip power-ups, and you kind of need those to get through here. And so now, like, I'm kind of at the mercy of RNG. I really need this first guy to drop a power-up, or my odds of making it through the next two guys are really low. I think that's because I'm playing it on hard mode, though. If I were on normal mode, I think it's balanced a little bit more so that to where you don't necessarily need the power-ups as badly. I don't know. It's hard to say for sure. But I'm having a little bit of trouble here. My big problem with this area of the game is just that navigating this room is really tough. Because sometimes where you need to go is not super intuitive, which I'll point out when I get there. There's a part There's a part of the progression to this room that's very, very counterintuitive, I think. That's my biggest issue with this room. It's just how to navigate it is pretty unclear. It's a tough room because you have to do well at the combat and the platforming to get through it. But I mean, you know, that's kind of like, you know, fair enough. Having to do well at the game to progress through the game is like that should be par for course. That shouldn't be something to complain about. A lot of these jumps here at the, like, absolute, like, maximum distance. Alright, watch my health this time. Make sure I eat a meat when I need to. I need a meat. I have to reset my modem, Sir Akablam says. We will, await your return, my friend. I'm getting too greedy because when that red circle appears around him, I know he's gonna charge at me, but I'm like, I can do one more attack before he runs. I can't, but I think I can. Quick. Come on, give me a power-up. No power-up! Ah, we're in big trouble. We're in really big trouble. The next guy you have to fight, that's the thing. Like, that's where I'm kind of RNG dependent here. Is because the next guy that you have to fight, he's not impossible if you don't get both the power-ups, but he's really, really close. Wait a moment. Why are those there? Do I need this platform? I don't need this platform, do I? I'm confused. No. I was going the right way. I should have completed this room last time we played. Because here's the problem. I've slept since the last time we played, so I forgot everything I knew about it. I put myself in a lot of difficulty here. I really should have finished it last time while it was fresh in my memory. I hear that. Also, finally, no death of bloodlines tonight. GG, Dynamite. That's one of my goals. I want to be able to do that one day. So, hats off to you. I only just realized I have the Mega Drive version, which certainly seems to be harder. There are no weapons in the final stage if you die, which I don't think was the case in the Genesis version. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Dynamite. I don't know it that well to remember that or not. You're probably right, but I can't say either way. Castlevania Bloodlines is definitely on my list of games to no death run. But I've got to practice it a lot. I don't know it very well. Bloodlines and Ninja Gaiden are like the two games that I want to do a no death run of. That are frequently on my mind. But they're both ones that I want to do, but they're both really hard. So I'm gonna, like, there's situations where I know I'm gonna need a lot of practice. I guess every situation is one where I need a lot of practice, though. That really doesn't make them stand apart. Nothing. We got no items from that guy. That's the worst possible luck. Tip touches water. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope you are well. How are we doing tonight? I'm doing alright. I got a little bit of an upset stomach tonight. Which is, you know, not great, but... I'm playing a game I really like. I've got some fine company. I've got very little to complain about. I am at the most difficult part. I'm at the part that always gives me the most trouble. And it really shows. I've never actually played any of the Ninja Gaiden series, quoting my inner Frownie, Dynamite says. You should, I hope you give them a go sometime. They're fine games. I've only played the first two myself, though. I totally have, just messing with you. Oh, I see, I see. Boy, I played them for the very first time on the stream. And when I got to the final boss on Ninja Gaiden 1, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for Ninja Gaiden 1. If you haven't played it, don't listen to the stream for a minute. Mute your audio. That's your warning. When I got to the final boss of Ninja Gaiden 1, and I found out that when you die to the final boss, it sends you back to the start of the last world. Oh my goodness. That was so devastating. I was absolutely destroyed by that. Ninja Gaiden 1 took me 2 nights to beat. I would have beat it the first night I played it, but we were 9 hours in, and then my power went out. So I had to finish it on a separate stream. I didn't want that axe. I would have stuck with it and beat it the first night we played it, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. Ninja Gaiden 2 I'm really mixed on. I like Ninja Gaiden 2. Ninja Gaiden 2 is a good game, but it's... I don't know if I like its philosophy for existing as a sequel. Right? Because Ninja Gaiden 2, like, its whole thing is like, I'm just gonna be Ninja Gaiden 1, but with... I'm just gonna be Ninja Gaiden 1, but with stage hazards. And I'm like, I don't know what I think about that philosophy. Ninja Gaiden 2 is the better game, Dynamite says. 1 is still good, though. Can't stand 3. I've never played 3, so... I don't have any comments about that one. The 360 versions are quite the challenge. It'll probably be a very long time before I'm ready for something like those. No power-ups. No power-ups again. I'm in a rough shape. think you can make this jump without using that platform. I think that those platforms there on the left were really throwing me off. Yeah. Now we're good. Oh no, I got the axe again. Yuck. How in the world did I miss that jump? That doesn't seem right. He didn't even grab the ledge, and I was holding the jump button. I guess that is a low platform, though. Even if he did grab the ledge, he'd still be in the poison water, I guess. Cool, off to a terrible start. Yeah, this is the toughest stage for me. The clock tower is not like super easy, but it's not. I'm typically better with platforming than I am with combat in most games, I think, so maybe that's why. I think this is, for whatever reason, whether it be the tougher enemies or just me doing really poorly, I think this is the most I've ever struggled with this stage, even though on record. If you were to go through the VODs of the 3 other playthroughs, actually I don't think you do this in the carry mode. I don't remember if this is a carry stage, but at least 2 of them. If you were to go through the VODs of the other playthrough, I think you would see that this is far and away the worst I've ever done here. I don't know what is wrong with me. Oh, well, I don't want to overspeak. I'm pretty confident we're gonna finish this one tonight. Once I make it through this level, I expect it to be fairly smooth sailing, at least up until the bosses. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I don't know how I'm gonna do it any of the bosses. If they mix things up for hard mode, I might get stuck where I don't expect it, but we'll see. The bosses, I'm sure you'll manage, Buddhafinger says. I mean, I can always just spam meat and tank damage if that's what I have to do. That's an unsatisfying approach to the bosses, but it is an approach that is available to me. What in the world is going on? Okay, I did. I missed that pun, Buddhafingers. The bosses, I'm sure you'll manage. Yep, that one went right over my head. Now this is mismanagement. Buddhafingers is goofy, one of his finest qualities. Power up! That's very good. That's what I need. I need power-ups. Let's go, game. Actually, don't give me the controller. While confidence is an admirable quality, I frequently don't dare to try and be confident. Games always punish me when I am. I don't know why I can't make this jump. Reinhardt, grab the ledge, man. You're killing me. I'm not goofy. It just turns out that on Twitch, I am not remotely funny. Well done. Those asterisks really help me. I had everything I needed before because I got a power up. So let's see. This time I will not get a power up, and I'll actually make the jump. That's what I predict. No power up. I'm halfway to having my prediction come true. Welcome back, Sir Rackablam. Been having internet issues the last few days. Supposed to have 1 gig of speed, but sometimes it tanks to 3 megabytes. I don't know anything about internet speed. Like, my internet service provider could just do whatever they want to me and I would be at their mercy. I don't know what speed I'm paying for. I don't know what speed I'm getting. Oh, cool. I didn't make the jump. I don't know why I'm not making that. I don't know what to do differently. Run at the jump and leap is like... It's worked. It's always worked in the past. I don't know why it doesn't work anymore. I guess that just means we get to enjoy this stage longer. 1,000 megabytes is a gig. Yeah, yeah. I got that one. But yeah, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't tell you what speed I'm supposed to get versus what speed I actually get. They could just do whatever they want to me and I'd be at their mercy. I just write them a check and I hope my internet is good. There's not really much I could do about it if it wasn't, right? There's usually only one service provider in an area, so they could give me whatever terrible internet they'd want to, and it's not like I would have an alternative that I could go to for service. Internet service is a dystopia. My speed is 100 gigabytes download, 30 gigabytes upload. My internet is trash. I meant megabytes. I was gonna say, in what way is that trash? Mine is 400, Salem says. Welcome in, Salem. Happy Sunday to you. Dynamite says, proud of myself, also nervous. Finally asked the boss for a substantial raise. Did not think he'd go for it. He said yes, but also said, if you agree to potentially relocate to 1 hour away from where you live if we ask. I said yes. It sounds to me like they intend to ask you to relocate. I hope that works out for you, Dynamite. GG on the raise, though. Salem says spine pain's back, but I'm mostly okay. Sorry to hear that. Oh, finally. I finally made that jump. Can you believe it? It's been years since I've been up here. Hopefully it's a bit cheaper, an hour down the road. Yeah, maybe there'll be a better cost of living. I don't know. Maybe it'll work out for you in multiple ways. That would certainly be nice. Price to upgrade isn't worth it to me, Chozo says. Until I can't stream due to the internet, no reason to upgrade. Power up. Let's go. Don't drop the thing on my head. Life is temporarily good. Life has a tendency to not stay good for me tonight, so I'm not gonna say too much, but in this, like, one moment, things are pretty alright. I have a lot more of this game left than I think I do. Because I have the clock... I have the clock tower, I've got the lava room. I'm not gonna make it through the dual tower tonight. I think we're gonna play this for another hour. I'm still gonna be here, and I'm gonna give up for the night. I don't know why this playthrough has taken twice as long as every other playthrough I've ever done. This isn't a very long game, and yet I'm stuck here forever. Hey, Baron Metz, welcome in. We're having a rough night, Baron. I hope you're doing well. I'm in major trouble. I'm being repeatedly robbed by the platforming in this one section. It is horrific. I miss Plock right now. I want to stick around to see both Death and Dracula beaten. I despise the arrogant Nintendo 64 version of both of them. That shows that Konami really knew what they were doing, right? The more you despise a villain, the better of a job they've done. Baron says, had kind of a rough day yesterday. Didn't sleep. Recovering today. Got 3 or 4 more Chivos done for Etrian Odyssey earlier. That's something, right? I'll certainly say. Sorry, your sleep's been giving you trouble, Baron. I have difficulties with that myself sometimes. I think mostly because I sleep at the wrong time of day. Because I sleep when the sun's up. Gives me a lot of difficulties. I've invested in a good eye mask. Sometimes I take a melatonin pill before I go to sleep, and those two things seem to help a lot. But sometimes it's just out of my control, right? Because like, if my neighbors are doing their lawn or something like that, I mean, it's not exactly like I can complain. I also live kind of near to a factory and a railroad track. So some days those kind of go out of control with the noise too, for whatever reason. They're usually not bad, but then there's every now and then there's a day where it's just like, what in the world are they up to? No power up. Cool. The thing is, like, so the thing about my situation is when I don't get power-ups from these enemies, like, I might as well fail the platforming, because all I'm gonna, if I make it across here, all I'm gonna do is run up against an enemy that I'm too weak to defeat in the time limit. So, like, it doesn't, like, this attempt kind of no longer matters. Once it doesn't give me any power-ups, it's pretty much already over. All we're doing right now is wasting time. I probably won't make this jump anyway, though, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know why I can't make this jump again, like... Well, we did it. It's so bizarre. I wasn't having this much trouble with any of this before. And now it's just abysmal. Someone doesn't like me. When death hits the girl instead of you, I legit squared up to fight in real life, not just in the game, Dynamite says. Go the wrong way? Something doesn't feel right. I think I've gone the wrong way. I honestly have no idea. Excuse me. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm so glad that happened. Oh yeah, it's super confusing. Everything kind of looks the same, and there's no real indication which direction you're supposed to be going at any moment. It's rough. Very rough. We'll make it through. My spirits are low. I can't deny that. My spirits are low, but I mean, I've beaten this game several times. It's not like I know it's possible. I'm being trolled tonight. Something I don't know, there's something in the air. Something's messing with me. I think it's a little thing called user error. I disagree. I was jumping out of the way. Power up! Really thought I wasn't gonna make it. Once you beat this level, you're back in shape for the whole game. Bad place. It's a bad place to leave off, huh? I should not have left myself in this situation. I mean, I guess taking what you said into consideration, it's a good place. It's a good thing I left off here, because once I make it through, I'll be like, all right, the rest of the game is fine. And I think you're right. I thought he was one hit away from the grave. I could have finished him off. I was wrong. No! That was all my fault. That was 100% me. I just wasn't thinking. I was thinking I was at the area after the previous enemy encounter where you have to jump across. I just wasn't even looking at what the platforming situation was. I was 100% seeing something in my head that wasn't there. Could be worse. I could be without an N64 like you. Hopefully you'll be able to pick another one up at some point. If not that same one, then hopefully you have the opportunity to come across one for a reasonable price. I don't really know what they go for currently. Still using my childhood N64. I got the N64 at launch, actually. And this is that very same system. I got one of those VHS tapes for the Nintendo 64 that Nintendo sent out to advertise it. And it worked. They got me to buy one. That's for sure. I got the Nintendo 64, the GameCube, and the Switch at launch. Everything else, I was pretty late to the party. I imagine when Nintendo finally puts out the Switch 2, when they put out the Switch 2, I'll probably try to get it at launch, but I imagine I'll fail. With the way things have been with like new consoles, you know, being so impossible to find in stock. I don't have a lot of hope. I don't have a lot of hope for picking up the Switch 2 at launch whenever that happens. I hope it's a long way away. There's so many people that like seem to really want the Switch 2 and like they're looking forward to it and they want Nintendo to announce it any day. And like from my perspective, every day that goes by that a Switch 2 is not announced is a great day for me. I don't want to hear a thing about it. I just want Nintendo to keep making Switch games until the end of time. I don't need a Switch 2. I just need more Switch games. I'm happy as can be. The longer they go without announcing a Switch 2 means the longer I get to go without having to buy a new piece of hardware. But, you know, I'm a retro gamer. Obviously, I don't care about hardware upgrades. Dynamite says, I would, but I only want to play the 2 Castlevania games and Wave Race, which I think is maybe top 3 most fun I've ever had with a game. Those plus the THQ wrestling games, so literally just 5 games is all. Would you go ahead and buy one for 5 games? No, Dynamite, I probably wouldn't. It would be very difficult to justify. It would be very difficult to justify buying a whole console for just 5 games. I guess this is the way to go. I don't know. I'm lost. I'm confused. You got me, Konami, you got me beat. This is not correct. I'm going backward? I'm going backward. How did I get turned around? This doesn't make any sense. This is the start of the room. I don't want to think about the Switch 2 yet, or whatever they call it. I'm guessing they'll continue to make stuff that's more incremental, like the OLED version. Yeah, when the OLED Switch was announced, like, so many people... I have gone backward. This game is dumb. I don't like this game. How in the world have I gotten so turned around? This is wild. Okay, well, I'll probably die here and then I'll get to restart. Called it. Oh yeah, when the Switch OLED was announced, I was so relieved. I was like, yes, that's a completely pointless upgrade. I do not have to buy it. We're a ways past Moore's Law being in effect too. I don't know what that means, Baron. In terms of technological improvement, getting even a 10% gain from one gen of GPU to the next is like pulling teeth. I don't know. Games kind of stopped looking better for me at the PlayStation 2 era. I don't really think there's been much improvement since then. I think the best PlayStation 2 games do not look much different from what's on what's on order now with the most modern games. I mean, clearly, you know, there are newer games that look better. My point is that they don't look that much better. That was how my NES collection started, Sirac of Lamb says. I bought an NES for just 5 games. Castlevania 1, Bubble Bobble, Mario 3, Little Ninja Bros, and Battletoads. I know 4 out of 5 of those games. I actually don't know Bubble Bobble very well. I've played a little bit of the Commodore 64 version of Bubble Bobble. That's about it. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I need to stop playing this game. Clearly I'm not cut out for it tonight. This is the worst I've ever done at this game. I can't believe it. I've beaten 3 of 5, Sirac of Lamb says. I'll guess that the 2 that you have not beaten, Sirac of Lamb, I'll guess that the 2 you have not beaten are Battletoads and Bubble Bobble. Castlevania 1 and Battletoads. Castlevania 1 surprises me. It's a hard game, but it's not a very long game. I kind of guessed Bubble Bobble sort of arbitrarily. I guessed it because I think it has a lot of levels, right? I don't know how hard it is, but I feel like I've heard that Bubble Bobble has a whole lot of levels. And Little Ninja Bros, I don't know anything about, so I just, that's a complete mystery to me. I don't know, I don't have anything to think about it. Picked a bad time to look away. Moore was one of the big brains at Intel back near its early days. He noted that for about every 2 years, the number of chips you could fit in a given area was doubling, and the processing power was about doubling too, Barron says. That stopped being true around the 2000s. CPU creators started focusing on increasing the number of cores instead of the density of transistors per core, and most games still don't take advantage of the presence of multiple cores. I don't even know what a core is. No worries, Baron, you're fine. When it comes to computer stuff, you know, like, I don't know. It's like, if you try to tell me about, like, stuff about computers, it's like you're trying to explain long division to someone who doesn't know how to count. It's just, it's all meaningless. I don't even have the base level education that I would need to understand what I don't even know. So it's like watching death scenes of the arcade Dragon Slayer. Oh, why is it so bad? Why is it so bad for me? Bubble Bobble has a lot of levels, but they're one-screen levels. Take no time to beat, really. It's one level that's very hard to beat with only one player. Yeah, I thought Bubble Bubble was an arcade game. Hopefully, Sir Ekablam, you'll have opportunity to go back to Castlevania and Battletoads and claim those victories. They're definitely tough games, but I mean, I have confidence in you. I think if I ever make it out of this level, I think I'll just save and end the stream at this point. It's gonna be 8 hours from now by the time I get out of here anyway, so... This one stage is lasting longer than my previous playthroughs of the entire game. I don't know why it's so bad. I'm gonna be on this stage longer than every playthrough I've done of this game in the past combined. I really am. I really am, because I'm just I'm dying needlessly. That was avoidable. I just wasn't watching my health. I was too busy complaining. Hey, Vintage. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Always a pleasure. Always wonderful to get to enjoy your company a while. Looking Glasses, good to see you again. Great to have you here. How was your stream? What were you doing, Vintage? How did things go tonight? More Mass Effect. Great to see you as well. Thank you, Looking Glasses. We're playing Castlevania 64. I'm doing terribly. I'm doing awful. I've been stuck on this one stage for like 4 hours. I mean, I'm including the time from the previous stream. So my spirits are very low. I really like this game, and I usually don't do so terrible at it, so I don't know what's wrong with me. But yeah, things are going real bad right now. So it's good company. Having good company with me is more vital than ever. I don't have anything else to get me through at the moment. Mass Effect 3 played a new DLC, which I didn't have before, Vintage says, so that was fun. I don't actually have, because all the games I play are so old typically, I don't have a lot of experience with, like, downloading and playing through, like, DLC for games that I've done in the past. It's very, it's very appealing to me, the idea that, a game can be added to and refreshed with extra content. But I can't think of an example of ever playing through a game's DLC. Feel like I slightly stuffed it up, but that's okay. It was literally a blind playthrough. No worries then. I think all the blunders we make along the way, doing a blind playthrough, like those are like kind of the point of what makes it magical for me. Scarecrow, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well tonight. Roast beef, the best pickup. It's pretty hard to be sad about a roast beef. I'm a little bit more in need of the power-ups than I am of meat at the moment. But fortunately, we get one of each on that little platform. So it's really the best of both worlds up there. Back in the day, you had to buy the Mass Effect DLCs with BioWare points, Vintage says, which are really expensive. So I had to pick and choose which to get. I think one DLC was about $20 Australian, and each game had 3 to 5 of them. Oh, that is an ugly price tag. I hope they were at least like substantial, because that's steep. Yeah, the roast beef can't cushion my fall into the abyss, can it? One of the things I love about mods as well. I went back to Fallout 4 recently, Looking Glasses says, with fresh character ideas inspired by new mod content. I think the one game that I've actually purchased DLC for is Breath of the Wild, and I bought it and I never played it. So like, even though like the one opportunity I had to have a DLC experience, I kind of passed on. Alright, we made it through. That guy gave me a chicken. That's nice. Disco Bear, welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. Hope your week's getting off to a wonderful start. Most of the Mass Effect DLC were great, Disco Bear says. They're pretty good, Vintage says, especially if you try to get all the achievements and extras. A lot of extra lore, which is always nice. Yeah, it's a Castlevania cage match. 2 will enter, but only 1 will leave. Or none if you're not quick enough. Which I frequently am not. Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome in, Long. Happy Monday. Vintage is gonna lurk for a little, catch up with my house goblin. Right on, Vintage. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the lurk. by all means, take care of the things to which you must attend. I wish I could lurk. I wish I could lurk and let someone else play the game. I know the feeling. Long says, I'm turning more and more into Garfield as I get older. I hate Mondays. I can sympathize with you, Long. Scarecrow says, reminds me of King's Quest 3, the King's Quest 3D action game. This one looks better though. I don't think I don't know that one. I've missed out on all the King's Quest and all those like Sierra. I think they're Sierra games. Don't let this stream determine your first impression of this game. This game is actually very good. I'm just, for whatever reason, doing horribly at it tonight. I've been stuck on this level for a lifetime, and I don't see any end in sight. I think we're gonna go the whole night, and I'm not gonna clear this level. But this is actually a really good game. People kind of hate it, but it very much doesn't deserve that. It's kind of difficult, it's kind of janky, it's kind of confusing. But it's got a lot going for it. I really like the world of the game, I like the platforming challenges that it puts you up against. And it feels like a really good sort of, it feels like a really good adaptation of the original Castlevania into 3D. Because like it's kind of stiff and awkward, but Castlevania 1 on the NES is kind of stiff and awkward, so it really makes sense. Go wake up Jelly. Jelly doesn't play three-dimensional games. I've got to demote myself from agent down to messenger or something, Baron says. Messenger Frownie. Doesn't have much of a ring to it. People are told to hate this game by the Angry Video Game Nerd. Yeah, I like, there's a lot of stuff that James Rolfe does that I really like, but, a lot of his game reviews are really not to be believed, and, people believe them without playing the games, and then they really don't know what's up. Watching him play Castlevania 64 is also really painful, because the biggest things that he complains about in that game are 100% his own user error is the reason why he has trouble. Scarecrow says reviews on YouTube are just opinion. I agree with a lot of the angry video game nerd videos, but not all. Yeah, I mean, you know, he does like, I'm not saying he always makes bad points or anything like that either. But he definitely makes he's definitely spot on a lot of the time, but not always. Hey, Stat Cat, welcome in. The wheel is the wheel is turned off tonight, but it's got to be back. I got a bit of an upset stomach tonight, so I can't risk the wheel. I don't have the constitution for some of the hotter items on there, so I'm giving myself a break from it. But it will 100% be back. So just hang on to those points. This game is at least passable, I think. This game is good. I'd recommend giving it a go. Just I would just say that you wanna be patient with it. But once you get used to like some of the quirks of the way the platforming, the controls work, it's really a good time. AVGN should be taken as entertainment more than straight up reviews, Baron says. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's definitely the thing. Those videos are not, they're not really game reviews so much as they are entertainment for the most part. They're in a lot of ways they're basically, you know, they're comedy videos kind of disguised as game reviews. So there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of truth to them, but there's a lot of exaggeration. Sorry to hear that. Hope your stomach clears up soon. Thank you, Looking Glasses. It's nothing and it's nothing major. It's just you know, I spent the afternoon eating junk food, and now I'm paying for it a little bit. I enjoy James's work. Long says, I think people do just watch them and repeat what he says, though. Yeah, that's really my only. That's really my kind of my point that I'm trying to make. I really like a lot of the stuff that he makes. I don't understand what is happening in the game right now. I'm so lost and confused, and I don't understand why. I've been through this room a lot of times. I don't know why I'm so confused by it now. But I really am. I have no idea where to go. How is this possible? This is the start of the room. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna go out of here and I'm gonna save anyway, and then I won't have to repeat some of the trash that I've been doing. The game sent me back. The game got me confused and sent me back to the start, so I'm gonna take advantage of it. Not all those who wander are lost, except Reinhardt. Oh, let's not blame Reinhardt for my mistakes. That seems too harsh. I don't really resonate with his newer stuff, but his old stuff is golden, Stat Cat says. When it comes to his video game content, I pretty much don't watch anymore. Largely because the way that I play games means I have to avoid spoiler content. So I pretty much anytime he's talking about games, I'm tuned out. Because of that anymore. Am I the dumbest man on the planet? Oh. Alright, I think I can make this jump. It looks like you can't. I almost didn't because I jumped too early. Oh my goodness. We're out, my friends. We made it out. Oh. I spent a long time going the wrong way. I spent a long time in that room going the wrong way. That is unbelievable. Alright. Life should be good now. We finally made it out of the hard part. Oh, boy, what an awful night. What an awful night it's been. Now's our chance for things to turn around, though. Oops, I hesitated. I saw the enemy. There's an enemy spawning on the other side of the gap, and I hesitated. Now we've got a fairly straightforward room, though. Spirits are high once more. Time for things to turn around. Immediately falls into lava. That's the secret, Sir Rakablam. All of this, I'm secretly a comedic genius. All of this is pre-written. I'm working off of a script. It's some good writing, huh? Thank you for that GG earlier, by the way. I mean, it's working for you. Thank goodness he believed it. A lot of people think this is the lava level, but it's not. This is the water level. All the slowdown here makes it feel exactly like I'm moving underwater. That's some really hot water. I might be dead. If an enemy hits you while you're hanging onto a ledge, that usually means you're dead. This part here is exactly like Dark Souls, by the way. This is basically Sin's Fortress. A save crystal, imagine that. If only I could have had one of those in the previous level. Does this game need the expansion pack to run? No, it doesn't. It doesn't use the expansion pack, Sirac of Lamb. I don't believe so. The second one, I think, does. I don't know if I don't know that it requires it, but it takes advantage of it. I think there are only 3 games that require it, right? What are they? Donkey Kong Country, or Donkey Kong 64, and Majora's Mask require it. This Perfect Dark might be the third one. I know you can play Perfect Dark without the expansion pack, but you can't play the actual game. I think you can only do side stuff. Perfect Dark, yeah. How much health does this guy have? Seriously, I've hit him, what, 12 times? Thank you for the lurk, Baron. Boy, when you don't have a power-up, life in this game gets pretty awful. These enemies take a lot of hits. Expansion pack with the Castlevania games look great visually. They're unplayable with the reduced frame rate. No! Rookie mistake. I bumped my head. I remember that. I remember that obstacle now. I remember it too late. Violins is never the answer. How painful was it, Dynamite? How painful was it for you to watch me go the wrong way so many times in that dual tower? I can't believe how many times I went backward in there. I had to walk away. I don't blame you. That was agony. Out of respect and not wanting to run my mouth. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dynamite. It's far from the worst mistake I've made on stream, so. While it does hurt, it's also somewhat easy to take in stride. Another pack was required for some, and others took advantage of it, but for games that don't need it or took advantage of it, did they still benefit from it? There was that more superficial. Now, the games that don't use it at all. There's no, I don't think there's any benefit for the games that are not designed for it. And a lot of times, the benefits of it are dubious at best. Dynamite says, however, something about this level, it's like a horror movie. House of Blood and Daggers. Love it. It's good stuff. It's very good stuff. Alright, I know I want to go back down. I just don't exactly remember the best way. Cool. I don't think this is actually necessary. At this point, but I'm just being cautious. You gotta come back down here if you want the special crystal. Which didn't spawn? Oh, maybe it's over there. Yeah, there we go. That unlocks the costume that I'm wearing currently. That's why I'm, like, I don't know if it's mandatory or not. Actually, I don't know what to do about this. I think there's an invisible platform around here. I don't remember if it's on the left or the right, though. I don't know which way to go. Oh, it's not on the left. Only games off the top of my head that really needed the pack were Perfect Dark, Majora's Mask, and DK64 doesn't count. Yeah, DK64 didn't actually use it, right? They just, they force you to have it as a workaround for for a bug of some sort, if I as I recall. Some of the Turok games as well needed it. I know that Turok 2 definitely uses it. I don't know if it's required. I don't think it's required, though, to run the game. Hey, there's the invisible platform. Told you there was an invisible platform. I had no idea where it was, but... Oh, and you know what? I didn't actually need to do the key and all that. Oh well. I remember renting Turok 2 on the Nintendo 64, and I just thought it was the most... I thought Turok 2 was the most incredible game I'd ever seen when I rented it. I was trash at playing it, though. I couldn't beat the first level. Tanya, dear, welcome in. Pleasure to have you with us tonight. Welcome to Castlevania 64. We were having a rough night. We were having a rough night with this game. I did really bad at the level before this one, but now we're finally moving on again. Life is now good once more. You've arrived at a really good time. It would be, like, convenient to just jump into the lava and respawn. Oh, I actually didn't mean to do that on purpose. I owned the first Turok game on the Nintendo 64. I was never very good at that one either. I think I could make it up to the third world. I think there are 8 worlds in that game. Boy, everything is bad right now. And I could make it up to the third, but I don't think I could get past it. I would run out of resources. I don't know how you make it through that, like how you conserve like your ammo and health to be good at Turok. Is this Nintendo 64? It is. Yeah, this is Castlevania on Nintendo 64. This is one of my favorite games. I really love this game. You wouldn't know it watching the stream because I've done so badly at it tonight, but it's a very cool game. It's super underappreciated. Everyone hates this game. But there are a few of us. There are a few of us who know what's up and can really enjoy it. I grew up with Turok Evolution on GameCube. I played a little bit of that. We tried it out one night. Um, I sampled it as like a viewer redemption at one point. There's never a gap in the enemies. There's no way to climb up here. I can't believe what's happening to me right now. I seriously don't know what to do about this. I've never had the enemies spawn like this. This is crazy. They stopped. We're good. That was completely unmanageable. Turok Evolution is okay. Played it recently and it's just not as good as I remember, but I have nostalgia for it. I mean, we've all got games that are like that, right? I was a GameCube kid. The GameCube was like... I've missed out on a lot of the GameCube. I got one at launch. So like the early GameCube games, I got to play a lot of them, but at the same time, a lot of the like really great GameCube games, or the ones that I always hear are really great, I've still kind of missed out on. So I've got catching up to do, like Paper Mario, Eternal Darkness. I think that was actually an early game, but I missed out on it regardless. The Metroid Prime games, I've missed out on all of those. Mario Kart Double Dash, I never played back in the day. I played through it on the stream, so I have experienced it. I don't love it as much as people who grew up with it probably do, but I liked it enough to stick with it all the way through, at least. The limb model where they could lose body parts was neat back in the day for Evolution. I don't know. I don't think that detail actually stuck out to me when I played it. It's part of the problem of coming back to a game real late, right? You see, like, things that it does that were unique at the time, but, like, they don't really seem special anymore if you play it too late because you've seen other games do it. That's part of the problem that Symphony of the Night has for me. I don't love Symphony of the Night the way other people do. And I think partially because I played Circle of the Moon and Order of Ecclesia before I played Symphony of the Night. So a lot of what that game does, I'd already experienced in other games. So it wasn't as special to me as it is to a lot of people. I don't think I need to buy anything. I will stop gushing over this after one last comment, Dynamite says, about Castlevania 64. Here we go. What a beautiful, misunderstood game. Props to anyone who truly gets to experience it. It is. It is a beautiful, misunderstood game. Played games like Tak and the Power of Juju. I think I have that, but on the PlayStation 2. Haven't played that one. Had Luigi's Mansion. Mario Sunshine. Kirby I never played. Don't have Paper Mario or Mario Kart Double Dash or Smash Brothers. So yeah, I played through Luigi's Mansion, Star Wars Rogue Leader, Mario Sunshine, Smash Brothers, the Wind Waker. Those are all GameCube games that I had. They're mostly alright, but the thing about the GameCube is kind of I feel like there's a lot of wasted potential for the game with the GameCube. The GameCube was like a really great console. But Nintendo is in the habit of rushing their games during the GameCube era and releasing them unfinished. And so I'm always a little disappointed because like games like Mario Sunshine and the Wind Waker, they clearly suffer from being rushed, unfinished games. And I wish Nintendo had just spent like 6 more months on each of them, because they could really be masterpieces, but they're kind of flawed. And it's just it's a real shame that the potential was kind of squandered. Hey Christian Cool, thank you for the lurk. Hanging out and chilling while being a villain. Crash Nitro Kart. I haven't tried that one. Wind Waker. Need for Speed Underground and Hot Pursuit. I missed out on those as well. Torque Evolution has different animations for the limbs. Just take out an arm. They hold the arm socket and bleed out. Same with the leg. I think I'm headed to bed, Sirac of Lamb says. Have a great night, everyone. Good night, Sirac of Lamb. Thank you for being here. And sleep well, my friend. Oh, he got me. So I've played through this game a couple of times. I'm definitely not a pro at it, as I have demonstrated over the past several hours. But I'm playing through it for the first time on hard mode, so if I do super badly, we can just blame that, right? Better eat some meat. I'm doing bad. Catch you on the flip side. Uh-oh. Oh, that's fine. That's awesome. The dragon, the Death's Dragon is awesome. Oh, it's a giant fish. It's not heavy, it's not even really a dragon, it's a giant fish. But it's still awesome. I love it. forgot about that. Boy, I'm spamming a lot of healing items here. I keep locking onto the scythes and not death. No. Alright, what? 2 more hits? 1. Oh my goodness. I don't want to use another healing item, but I guess I got to. Wow, I'm being torn apart. We're right at the end of the battle. That's ugly. I can't land the last hit. Victory. Hey, thank you for the trophies, Vintage. Just kind of admiring the architecture for a moment. That clock is moving fast. Look at that minute hand go. Never had trouble with the auto aim until the boss fights. Yeah. It's it's a little tricky. We made it through. We made it through. I'll try not to cry about it too much. All right, we will buy some I will buy some stuff to rebuild my supplies here. Couple chickens and a couple beef. There we are. All right, clock tower. Clock tower. Not sure what the critical path through the clock tower is. So there may be quite a bit of back and forth here as I work this out. Oh, cool. Great time for Medusas, huh? Will you fall off my platform? No, I'm gonna fall off the platform. Alright, we need a key. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna I'm gonna concede. This is hard platforming, dear viewers. Let's see how Agent does. He's already been made aware of me watching him tonight. You know what? I'm gonna try to not use the health, and if I die on the way to the door, so be it. I didn't die on the way to the door. Nice. Alright, made it through the first room pretty good, pretty quick. First try and all that. Can I make this jump? Great. I do need another key. Oh, I'm dead. Reinhardt's exhausted animation. That's how I feel in the dual tower. You don't know if you've ever done hard mode? It's not really that different. I was told that hard mode was supposed to be real different from the normal mode, but I was misled. The angle, the camera angle with that jump is just... Whoa. I'm not even sure if it can... I'm not sure if it can be made or not, that jump. I was a little bit misled, I think, about hard mode though, because I was told it was a very different experience, and so far it's been a very similar experience. Hey, Master Tuesday, welcome in. Always great to have you with us, my friend. I'm trying to get through this room very lazily. As you can see, I'm trying to not fight these enemies. It's not really working out for me. And I'm also not using my health item. I don't think we need to, because I think I can get through here, you know, and save the save my roast beef for later. I don't know if I can actually hit this guy from here. Am I landing any of these? Okay, thank goodness. Alright, now's our chance. Boy, that camera. That's a bad camera angle. It's not moving on me, though. Like, I mean, it's the same every time. So when I don't get it, it is kind of on me. Hey, we did it. Yeah, oops. Oops, indeed. Oh no, is there not a save? Alright. I'll use my roast beef. What a waste. I think I can jump to that platform. Great, got the key. Yuck, I don't want that. Don't want that. So far, the biggest differences with hard mode, like the way that the game is different on hard mode, has primarily been that there are exploding skeletons during the first boss fight, where there are normally only regular skeletons on normal mode. Some of the enemies take more damage, maybe? It's hard to actually tell if that's true, because the biggest difference is that the game doesn't give you the power-ups for your whip very often. Like, that's the thing that makes hard mode really hard, is that they just don't give you the upgrades. Because on normal mode, like when you die, usually you get the upgrades like you would in Castlevania 1, like the first couple things that you open will drop upgrades immediately at the start of a new life. On hard mode in this, nope. Those upgrades are crazy rare. Alright, I think that's the end. I think we're on to, oops. Where'd those guys come from? I think we're on to the next area now. Except... what is that? Is that a scroll? It is. I could buy some more beef if I wanted to. Do I want more beef? I'm good. I thought there might have been an item over there. Is this as bad as I remember? Welcome in, Yaden. It depends on what you mean by that. Do you mean is the game bad, or do you mean is the platforming difficult? This game is amazing. I love Castlevania 64. This is legitimately one of my favorite games. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it watching this stream. I've done a terrible job. Hey, Tusk, welcome in. Oh, let's see. Are we going to have to fight this guy? I think not. This character here, if you don't know, he's an optional boss fight. If you spend a lot of money on... if you purchase a lot of items, I don't know what the threshold is, but if you purchase a lot of items, he becomes a boss fight. I think is how it works. Both. Yeah, so the platforming that we were in, that area is usually super tough. I actually made it through there really, really well, I think. You know, I died a few times, but... I mean, we were only in the clock tower for a couple minutes. I got through there real quick. I'll have to give it another go. It's definitely like... the game is kind of frustrating and janky, especially at first. Like, it's a clunky game, and, like, you have to get used to the platforming. It's a lot like Castlevania 1 in a way, though, like, where when you understand your character's movement, and you move carefully and deliberately, then, like, that takes away a lot of the frustration, because then you start to get it. I just don't think a lot of people get to that point with this game. They get frustrated early on and give up, and... it's a shame, because the game has a lot of cool stuff going for it. Oh, and I don't recall if I said, but welcome in, Tusk. Very happy to have you here. This game is so underrated, Tusk says. I feel like you have to fight Renan. He didn't want to fight. What can I do? I think this being a 3D Castlevania upset people really badly. They often said Castlevania should only be 2D, but see, that's the thing, is this, I feel like this game is a really great translation of Castlevania into 3D. I didn't mean that. I'm not sure. I think I got what you meant. You mean that I'm... You mean that I'm missing out when I don't fight him. Right? I agree with you. I love this game, Tusk says. I was hyped for this when it came out. I always prefer 2D to 3D, but I was very excited for this upon release. I'm gonna try and see if he'll drop power-ups. If I can get some power-ups out of the bat drops. Ooh, and some beef. Dracula is very generous. The excitement quickly disappeared when trying to platform. Yeah, I mean it's got a sort of steep curve to get into the game because there's some tricky platforming early on, and the platforming is kind of clunky. It's kind of slow, heavy platforming. This was also the first Castlevania game that I ever really played. I very briefly tried out Castlevania 4 at one point, but not in a very meaningful way. This game, I rented this game, and so this was the first Castlevania game I actually got to, like, sink my teeth into and really experience. Trying to get these power-ups is going to be the death of me. Yes, there we go. All right. Now we're powered up and we can actually fight. didn't have a piece of chicken since Dracula was kind enough to share that with us. Oh no, he's getting his health back. It makes sense. I'm sure I knew he would. But seeing it happen is... You don't want to see that. Oh, he's back to full health. Yuck. Beef time. Dracula's like Arby's. He has the meats. It's actually the next phase is the hardest is the hardest for me. So as bad as I'm doing at this phase, there's actually a harder phase. Oh, I'm dead. That's a shame. I feel like he moves a little bit faster on hard mode, but he's not really very different. I feel like he moves slightly faster. But it's nothing unmanageable. I'm now back to waiting for him to throw bats at me, though. Nice. Dracula round 2, shaking in your bat boots. Nothing. That series of bats didn't drop a single item. Or that one. Get out of here. can't ever see where he is. Hanging out on the edges of the arena is a mistake. I should hang out in the center. Come on, spawn some more bats so the fight can begin. I actually think I have all the power. Well, I don't know. Can't tell. My whip looked red for a moment. Your whip has a red color to it when it's fully powered up. Hey, Chompy, welcome in. I forget, is this pre-Ocarina? I think this was being developed simultaneously to Ocarina. I want to say Rondo. I don't follow. What about Rondo? I haven't played that one. Oh, that's a that was the answer to that question. Which Castlevania used this theme first? I have no idea. Alright, I must be powered up because they're not dropping any items. Oh, you heading out, Dynamite? Thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your night. Hopefully I will be able to claim a victory before the night is over. We'll see, though. What am I doing? Missing an opportunity, wasting an opportunity to hit him. Castlevania 4 has a weirdly low-key Dracula theme. I've only played Castlevania 4 one time, so I'm really, really fuzzy on the details of that game. I recall the Dracula fight being really easy in Castlevania 4, though. I did need another power-up. You can't pick up the power-ups when you don't need them. Yeah, now my whip is red. Oh, goodness. Until Simon's theme kicks in. Oh yeah, I do recall that. About halfway through the battle, it's very cool. That's awful. How much health is he going to get back? Oh, he didn't get that much. That's like, what, 3 hits worth? I have 1 chicken left? That's not good. You know what? No, now he's getting his entire health bar back. And he turned me into a vampire. Kill me. Just kill me, Dracula. Let's restart the battle. Dracula is not even the villain during this fight. The camera is. Let's have the chicken first. Hey, we did it. Let's not celebrate too much, though, because this is a multi-phase battle, and if we die, we have to do this. We start all the way before this one. And there's a good chance I'm gonna die. Reinhardt, no, stop! Use the save crystal! What are you doing? I'm not entirely sure what went wrong. But now we get to do this battle again, so that's cool. I mean, I don't think it's possible that I could have gone any faster. Maybe I went too fast. Hey, Sparrow, welcome in. Great to have you with us, my friend. Playing some Castlevania 64. It's been a rough night. I was struggling with this game earlier tonight, and now I'm at the final boss. It's so hard. Didn't think you'd be on today. I've been doing more more Sunday streams lately. They're kind of becoming regular. But they definitely didn't used to be. We actually did a stream yesterday too. And you know, I never stream on Saturday, but that's very annoying. Taking down Dracula on this holiest of days. What could be more appropriate? Hope your week's getting off to a good start, Sparrow. No, it dropped a power up, but I'm not going to be able to get it because of the wind. I did get it, and then I got hurt, and maybe dead. Not dead, thank goodness. This game... There's some parts of this game that can make you feel some real negative emotions. I can't deny that. Wish I could say it was, Sparrow says. Now add best friends to the list of things I've lost this year. That's terrible, Sparrow. I'm sorry about that. That seemed like that's very shocking. I have a very limited window into things, but that really seems like out of nowhere to me. Really have to look at the stuff I do have. Comfortable place to live, a great support network online, you know. Things could be a lot worse if I were born in other parts of the world. I admire trying to hang on to that perspective. I know it isn't easy. I certainly, I think it's for the best. I would certainly struggle to hang on to that. I would struggle to hang on to that perspective if I were in your place. But I definitely think it's the best thing to try and do. For what it's worth, I don't have any intentions of going anywhere anytime soon, so if you at least need a distraction. You better not. Thank you, Sparrow. What would you do without me? You'd have to find a stream where someone's actually good at playing video games. The horror. I give you an incentive to wake up during business hours? That's too kind, Sparrow. do feel good to hear that, in a way, you know. That's largely what the stream is for me. The stream is like an excuse to like keep my schedule maintained and to have a degree of responsibility with my life. So many things I would like to say about Dracula. We're going to try and play some Commodore 64 games later this week on the Wednesday night stream. I'm not going to do a variety this time. I'm going to approach the Commodore games. I'm going to approach them like I do console games, where I'm going to sit down. I've got 2 games on the schedule, and I'm going to sit down and take them seriously and try to beat them. You know, kind of like we did with Lester, where I treat them like real games. I have a tendency to not treat the Commodore 64 games like real games, you know? It's because I don't have them, I think it's because I don't have them physically. Like, when I have the physical disc or cartridge, it forces me to like, it makes me grant a degree of respect to the games that I don't necessarily feel when I just have them digitally. I think I don't know what it is. I just don't take them as seriously. So, like, you know, with the Commodore, I'm always just very much in sample mode in a way that I never get with the physical games. But I'm going to do it differently this week. I picked out 2 games, and I actually need to I actually need to make sure I can find working copies of them. I put them on the schedule without actually having them, but I think I'll get a hold of them. But my plan is to play R-Type. I think I saw there's a Commodore 64 version of R-Type, and Fantasy World Dizzy. I'm really scared of the Dizzy game, but I want to try and play it. I watched a video about Fantasy World Dizzy like 10 years ago, maybe more. I watched it in like 2011 or 2012, and it's been something that's stuck in my mind ever since. But I've never tried to play it. But it's been so long now, like, you know, that I'm confident it's gonna be a blind playthrough. I remember what year I watched the video because I watched it when I moved to Houston. And because it happened right at the time that I moved, it's like it's a random weird thing that's stuck in my memory because of the move. The original R-Type is possibly the hardest game I've ever played, Tusk says. So I own R-Type on the Game Boy, but I haven't ever really played it. I think I played it once when I was real young. I think one of my cousins had a copy of it, the Game Boy R-Type. I think I tried to play it, but I was too little, and it was too tough. I couldn't get into it. I've never tried it since that I remember. The Commodore 64 might be a rough way to dive into it, but that's what we're gonna go with. And we'll try out the Game Boy version at a later time. I imagine it'll be a better experience. Sparrow says, I'd personally say the first Disney game you play should be on the Genesis or the NES or the Amiga or Atari ST. Well, those last two aren't really options for me, but the C64 would be a more genuine experience. So, what other types are there? I'm looking forward to it. I think R-Type is gonna be fun though, as I don't play enough shooters. The worst part of this battle is waiting 400 hours to get the power-up drops I need. Finally. I think the game heard me complain. It reminded me that the game heard me complain, and it remembered, oh yeah, I'm supposed to drop power-ups. If I land the hit on him, he should not also be able to grab me. That's not right. life is not good. I had big ambitions for tonight. I thought we were going to do a lot of things. I'm very doubtful that I'm even going to beat this game. We had him beat. We had him beat, and he had to get his health back. Twice. Oh. Hey, Mazin, welcome in. Frownie and Castlevania 64 in one stream. No easier way to distract me from my stuff here. Hey, Mazin, thank you for tuning in. I hope you're doing well. Hope work on your video projects is going well. All right, so we already saw that cutscene, so I'm gonna skip through it. And now I don't know what happened to me. Why I died here a moment ago. Very weird. Oh, because I stopped and looked around in that room. This is hard mode, yeah, Mazin. I have to say, I don't think hard mode is very different from normal mode. I know you said that they're real different, but I've only seen very minor differences between hard and normal. Yeah, I don't... Did you see what it almost did to me there? Oh my goodness. Yeah, so far, like, the only real differences have been in the first boss, there are bomb skeletons in addition to regular skeletons. And some of the enemies have a little bit more health. And it doesn't give you the power-up drops very often. But, like, all the, like, gameplay, the bosses, the story, they've all been the same. I wonder if maybe you were thinking about the differences between easy mode and normal mode. When you said hard modes maybe is real different, because easy and normal are very different. Easy mode is missing like half the game. But normal and hard are very similar. I got stuck in the dual tower so bad. The dual tower level. I was stuck there for like 4 hours. It was so bad. I kept getting confused and going the wrong way. Oh, it was horrifying. Did my memory fail me that much? Maybe I thought of easy and normal then. Yeah, I think that might be what you were thinking of. Either way, I'm glad that I'm playing it on hard mode just to try it out. And we've got the Simon outfit. It's kind of cool. I think this boss fight right here, I think this is the hardest, this phase of this boss here is the hardest fight for me in the game. And that's a shame, because if I die here, I have to redo that other Dracula fight that we just did. It looked like I was doing okay, but I wasn't actually landing any of those strikes. Let me reset my audio. It's really far off. I want to see you kill the final Dracula as easily this time. I cried my eyes out until I got him finally. Yeah, the very first time I ever fought him, he was super easy. Did you ever watch the I don't know if you ever watched that video, Mazin. But yeah, I got the final phase Dracula first try. And it was super easy. All I did was stand right next to him and just spam the attack button, and he died right away. It was like a glitch or something. I don't think it actually was a glitch. It might have been, but it seemed like one. It's just how easy it seemed. None of my hits are counting. There we go. There's some sort of cheese spot where he won't hit you, but you don't know if it exists on hard mode. Yeah, I don't know. I just got lucky with it. I did, you know, because I've fought him a couple times now, and I have had more difficult battles against him. It was easy. It's never been as easy as it was the first time. Excuse me. Was there anything different before I got to Dracula? I don't think so. Like I said, the only thing that I noticed that was actually different was when I fought the very first boss, the big skeleton, with the motorcycle skeletons. During that boss, some of the skeletons that come up out of the ground are those blue exploding skeletons that chase you. And on normal mode, there are not bomb skeletons during the boss fight. But they're there in hard mode, and they were very scary. That's actually the only part, though, that I've noticed anything real different. Where, like, you could look at it and say, yeah, that is very different. Everything else has been just, like, you know, enemies having extra health, or, like, things you can't see. Yeah, the low spawn rate of the power-ups. What about level 5 with the machine gun motorcycles while you carry the bomb? I don't think those guys had... I don't remember those guys having machine guns. They'd had motorcycles, but I didn't think anything was different from normal mode. I don't recall those guys firing at me. Rough. Using up my health items here. In hard mode, they have machine guns. In normal mode, I believe they just drive over you. I didn't notice the machine guns. I must have run past them too quickly. Oh, I didn't know how that attack was going to work. That's a shame. I should probably use a beef, but I just really would rather use a chicken. I'm hoping to drop one. I have to use a beef. Renan, no, I didn't. He didn't fight me. I was I didn't spend enough money, so he didn't fight me. Hey, Whitish Fox, welcome in. Hope your week's getting off to a good start, my friend. This game takes me back. I love this game. Castlevania 64, this is one of my favorite games. I really love it. I'm not super great at it. But it's a really wonderful game. Not bad at all. How was your weekend? I had a good weekend. My wife and I, we got to spend a lot of time together. Her foot's kind of messed up, so we just kind of had to sit around. We couldn't really do a whole lot, but still had a good time, just enjoying each other's company. Quiet weekend. How'd I get all my beef and chickens then? I mean, I bought a few, but I didn't buy a whole lot. I just collected them from the world. They're just, opening up all the candles. I think you're just too good, I guess, Mazin says. Well, no one believes that, Mazin. Hope it's not too bad and heals quick. Thank you, Whitish Fox. Appreciate the sentiments. I don't know, just she woke up one day and her foot just hurt. She doesn't know what happened to it. She's not really sure if it's a bone injury or a muscle injury, but she's just staying off of it. Might go see a professional if it doesn't start to feel better within a few days, but we kind of think the only thing that they would tell her is just stay off of it, so. Hey, Rafnir, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to your friends. I believe you were playing Tears of the Kingdom tonight. I hope you had a lot of fun with that. We're playing Castlevania 64. I'm about to get crushed by this boss. Look at Dracula's design. Isn't he amazing? I played through Carrie on normal. I have not done a hard mode playthrough with Carrie yet, Mazin. So I will. I'm not going to do it right away. But it is on my to-do list. This is my last. Well, I've got a healing kit. I think also gives me health, but I'm running real low of health items. Might be a little bit early, but I'm going to go ahead and use it. And that's the game. Easy boss, easy game. Agent Frownie always wins. I got so lucky. I got so lucky. Cheater. Thank you for the GGs. Oh, it's finally over. This is my longest, slowest playthrough of this game ever. I struggled with it so much. It wasn't that much harder. It was all my fault. It was all the dual tower. Everything else we did really quickly, but the dual tower, I was there forever. Half of this playthrough was just the dual tower. It's unbelievable. Everything else was great. Done a lot tonight. Might be finished with it soon, Craftner says. Finished with Tears. I really wanted to finish it by July. Not that I want it over with. I definitely don't. I'm having a great time with it, but it eats up so much time on the stream. You're just cheesing him? I didn't know you could stand in that spot when I played. Yeah, just climb up inside of his tail and wail on him. Frownie's too good for this game. Hard mode is not harder. It really wasn't, Mazin. Hard mode is really not much harder. This game is epic. I agree, been feeling the same. Ready to play Final Fantasy 16, Grafnir says. I'm ready to play a whole bunch of trash games. Next week, July starts next week. We're gonna do a marathon. We're gonna do another jank marathon. It's gonna be Jankuli. I'm gonna pull out the garbage games and suffer through them. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Drac knows how to make a big exit. We're still going to be doing our regular stuff too, but we're going to be doing the start of every stream is going to be a trash game. But we're still going to be playing, Alundra, Tears of the Kingdom, Donkey Kong Country. Maybe I was too young when I played it back then, but I remember it being brutal to me. Dracula can be really hard, Mazin. I think if you don't know that you can stand real close to him, and even then, even if you do know you can stand real close to him, you kind of have to get lucky, because he has that one move that tosses you in the air, and I just kind of got lucky when he tossed me that I bumped into his wings, so I didn't fly real far. But when he does that move, he can throw you so far away from him that it's hard to get back close to him. So you can't really cheese him like that. Sometimes. Amazing gameplay, very impressive showcase. Thank you, Mazin. Felt good. It was a lot of fun. This game's always, you know, I cried. I was frustrated. I suffered in some places, but it's a great game. And look, we got the good ending too. I think this is the good ending. I don't think I've ever gotten the bad ending as Reinhardt. But I did. So we've done 3 Reinhardt playthroughs on the stream. I've done it twice on normal mode and now once on hard mode. I think I got the good ending all 3 times. I don't think I've seen the bad ending for Reinhardt. I think we've only done 1 carry playthrough though, and I think I got the bad ending for carry. The ending you get is all based on how quickly you beat the game. I think it's just how many. There's a day-night cycle, and which ending you get is determined by how many days pass during your playthrough. I think that's the only factor. What a game. What a game. What a great game. My only complaint about Castlevania 64 is that the character is no true Belmont, otherwise this game would be perfect. Don't worry about that kind of stuff, Mazin. The lore, the canon. That's alright. Should have been Reinhardt Belmont. I mean, he is he is a Belmont descendant. They call him a Belmont in the game. It is weird. I don't know why they didn't call him Reinhardt Belmont. The lore between the Castlevania games is a jumbled up mess, though. I feel like I'm hearing parts of this song I've never noticed before. Nintendo doesn't know how to do lore. I mean, the Zelda lore is a horrific mess. But you see, the thing is, I prefer it that way. Like, you know, like sort of like crossover, like timeline, like speculation and like crossover stuff and things like that. Like, they can be an interesting curiosity, but when it comes to like the details of it, like, I don't really care. like the Zelda games, how they fit together and what the timeline is and stuff like that. I just kind of approach them each as their own sort of thing, and don't really think too much about, you know, the big picture. Because Nintendo doesn't think about the big picture, right? They you know, they just make the games they want to in the moment. They don't really, you know, they don't really care about how any of that stuff fits together. I love how they say, "Oh, we know how the lore fits. We have it all mapped out, but we won't tell you." Well, they did. They did, right? They did finally do it. They put it in the Hyrule Historia, right? The green book. And then I think they immediately changed it in the blue book, the encyclopedia. Finn. As a standalone game, Castlevania 64 is pretty perfect. It's a wonderful game. It's really good. Overwrite cleared data. Yes. Special item 1 and 2 saved. Starting the game with this file, you can select hard mode. Yeah. Push 3D stick up to change Schneider's costume. Cool. In the Historia, in Breath of the Wild, and Tears aren't included since they came out afterwards. And Triforce Heroes isn't included because it's trash, Raptor says. Oh. What time is it? We've got some more time. So I've got 2 more things I want to do on the stream for tonight, my friends. I'm going to switch over to the Super Nintendo, and we're going to take one more look at Plock. We're not going to do a full playthrough of Plock, but I want to try and figure something out about the game. I want to take a look at... There are these secret, like, bonus stages in the game, and I don't really understand how they work yet, so I want to spend a little while with Plock trying to look at those bonus stages for a little bit. So we're going to do a little Plock science, and after that, I think we'll go back to the NES and do a playthrough of Castlevania 1. So, if Plock isn't your thing, but you want some more Castlevania, then just hang around for a little bit, because we are gonna do more Castlevania. But I want to take a moment to look at Plock before we do that. Yeah, it's real late. It's like 4 a.m. for me, Mazin. But that's all right. I took a big nap before the stream, so I've got energy to go for a while yet. Let me take a short BRB, my friends. I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes while I'm switching things over. Get some more coffee, and be back with you very soon.